Okay. Ooh, and last night I installed my 5070. Except that there's no space. Like, dude, installing the 5070 was a chore yesterday because the 5070 is longer than the 1080 I had, which means my all-in-one like liquid cooling that I got on my CPU had to be pulled and moved, but I can't put it at the top of the case because then it's too close to the motherboard and it hits the RAM and like it wouldn't sit. So I just have it sitting on top of my case. Like it's a hack. Um, but it works. But it means that the whole front is off so that I can like route the liquid cooling tubes. I'm going to consider getting like just a proper fan because there's been studies that like there are people that measure the cooling performance and some of the fans are actually just like right on par with like the all-in-one like liquid cooling solutions, right? Now proper real good liquid cooling does win, but I don't have that. I have 7-year-old liquid cooling and it's a NZXT like all in one. It does the job. It's nice. I don't think I get CPU throttled very much, but yeah, I may consider ditching the all-in-one cooler and getting just like a proper fan, like some Noctua. But right now it works, so I'm not like in a huge rush to fix it. So yeah, that's fun. It was an ordeal yesterday though. Means I need a new case? Nah, I'll just get a new cooler. Problem with that though still is I think it'll mean I have to pop off the motherboard to like get back to the mounting plate for the cooler, which is annoying. I'd love it if I could find something that just like fits. That would be cool. So yeah, um, that's something I'll look at. Like maybe there's a way to get a cooler that uses the same mounting plate. Unlikely though. So it's just going to be a huge pain in the ass. It might just be that I make this work. If I start feeling like I'm getting CPU throttled, if I can make this work for a year, then I'm good. I just don't want to spend another 2 grand on all the stuff I would need for like basically like a whole new like case, motherboard, CPU, RAM. I could probably swap the M2 drives. Right? PSU, like I don't know. Probably wouldn't be the full 2 grand, but it'd be enough that you know it's something to deal with. But yeah, let's get to some code. All right, so yes, this issue that we're seeing, that is not actually an issue we'll be working on today. We can close a bunch of these things. Okay, so now we're seeing the Messijo tabs, and yep, here's our issue tracker. Okay. Holiday. What were we voting on? Okay, like name choice. Oh, I do want to read that at some point. I'm gonna move that over here. Alrighty. So, yeah, let's get all of our stuff set up. So we'll close the CF Please tabs, the Oh My God tabs, and we will get back to Messijo and the Elixir stuff. And yeah, we got to figure out where we left off. Because, man, yeah, we've been working on this for like a. We worked on. Oh my God, for like 3 weeks. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, looking at editors, we don't need this one up. It doesn't even want to close. That's not good. Okay, there we go. And yeah, yeah, I may end up pivoting like the CF Please stuff to being like work stuff here at some point. We'll see. All right, that was some Vexilla stuff. All right, so yeah, we don't have this open anywhere. I'm just gonna do a whole new tab because somehow the cursor disappears. I also kind of want to get the like the block cursor. Is there a way to do that with Ghosty? Let's do that before we get too deep because I don't want to restart all those tabs. Ah, so it looks like box is not good. It's block hollow. No, I don't see anything in the theater. I'll only go if like a bunch of people are going and it's like an event. You know, like oh, block hollow didn't work. I'm sure it's good. I'll just wait till it comes out on some streaming service. I haven't seen a movie in the theater since it was either Joker. or Hail Caesar? So we're talking. It must have been Joker. Yeah, it had to have been Joker. Because Hail Caesar was like a couple years before that. And I think Joker was like 2019, 2020, something like that. It had to have been 2019. So yeah, last movie I saw in the theater was Joker. And that's because some friends wanted to go. Movie I saw before that was Hail Caesar because it was a date. It's the only way I'm going to a theater to see something. Otherwise, I'll wait. I don't get FOMO for films. In many cases, I'd rather just rewatch the ones that I like. I do see new-ish films on plane flights. That's where I see most like new films. So I saw X Men Wolverine, or not X Men Wolverine, Wolverine and Deadpool. I saw Deadpool 3 or whatever in the theater. Um, or not in the theater, sorry, on the airplane. I watched that one, The League of Ungentlemanly Warfare, on the plane. That one was fun. It kind of like, it lags a bit towards the end, but that one was fun. I really enjoyed that one. Guy Ritchie nailed it. What's another movie I saw? Oh, I saw Craven on the plane. That one was good. Yeah, I think Craven was better than people gave it credit for. I saw Bullet Train on the plane. It was okay. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be Elixir time. I'm trying to figure out how to get the block cursor going. Okay, there it is. Just needed a whole new tab. Like reloading the config didn't work. Okay. There we go. What? Oh. Okay, so I can't get it to not blink, which is fine. It's not a big deal. All right, so we are resetting up all of our editors. I don't think we need to pop transactional open at the moment. Okay, so then pnpm dev so that the SDK continuously rebuilds. We got that. Sweet. And honestly, we could just do that from the top level. Yeah, we could just have all those go. All right, dashboard. We'll pop open marketing just in case. All right, so then looking at our planning doc. So it looks like we left off on some email template stuff. Let's just double check and look at the dashboard real quick. Maybe. Right, so we were looking at... Oh, and hold on. I forgot to start up the API. So this is mix... mix Phoenix server. There we go with that. Okay, interesting. So we left a really long-lived, like a really long-lived token in this. Interesting. I think I made it 30 days. So if we're at 3 weeks of Messijo stuff, then we haven't hit the 30 days yet. Make files. I'm not a big fan of make files. People definitely complained back in the day when people were using like grunt and gulp in like the JavaScript world. But the thing about grunt and gulp is that their documentation is actually like grokkable. Makefile, like the makefile documentation is like 37 pages or something like that. Like it's insane. There's just too much. So yeah, I typically don't use make or cmake for anything. Um, like the thing that you saw me doing here, right? I got most of my front end stuff, and then I just start the Phoenix server on its own. I'm okay with splitting those two out because I typically want to start and stop them separately too. Like I want to stop them and restart them separately. Yeah, no, no worries. It's just not something that you end up doing often enough to worry about automating in many cases, in my opinion. Like, I'll typically just try and leave these things running forever. Ah, so I didn't have any notifications. We need to. Okay, yeah, we'll do some quick polish stuff because I forgot things. So this is a front end issue. Yep. Yeah, technically there's two types of seeds. Let's see. So there's seeds, which are basically like just for testing. This is mostly just user stuff and a few keywords, but just foo and bar are kind of meh as keywords. And then there's fixtures, which are things that we want actually in production. Eh, the name difference between those, maybe I'm doing it backwards. I don't think it matters that much, though. But yes, I do have the idea of dev time, like seed data, and then production time seed data. Yeah, I know. I just don't feel like changing it now. It's not something that matters that much. I'm the only dev on this project. I know, that's why it's just like, it doesn't matter. You know? It's not a big deal. How do I make how do I make ESLint allow unused words that start with underscore? Okay, so it's in the ESLint RC file. ESLint config, same difference. Okay, cool. But then if I were to do that, then it is an issue. Sweet. And yeah, I like it as a warning rather than an error. Okay, and the rest is just some to-dos. Okay, so now on this page, and hold on, let me look at this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the brittleness of them is why I try not to do too much in seed files. Like for larger companies, like for team projects, very important. For solo dev, less so. All right. So, keyword notifications. Here we go. So we see notifications.map. All right. And then here, href for 2. Yeah, that's it. What's up? Greet the CEO. How you doing? All right. I'm going to create a component because I don't think we have that yet. Yeah. So what we end up needing is a component. It's going to be, what do we want to call it? It's styled link. We do have CLSX, right? Yeah. Okay, and then this would be underline. Sure. Easy enough, right? Notifications page, create a notification. Boom. Okay, so that was a good quick fix. You're driving up to Arlington from Portland to go visit the in-laws. Gotcha. Yeah. When we first moved to Washington, we hung out up in Arlington, like Smoky Point type area. So yeah, cool. We used to go out to Kayak Point and do crabbing. You like it up in the hills? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the Cascades are nice. Yeah. All right. So yeah, there's definitely more I want to do to style this. How do we want to make this look? Yeah, that's one option. We definitely want to list out like the notifications too. And I'm not above using something like V0 for inspiration for this. A clear button to like get rid of the notifications. That or the events. That I'm less certain of. I think I'd rather have a more granular like clear. Like, do you want to get rid of all of them? Do you want to just get rid of the ones older than 24 hours? Like, I'd rather have that be something extra. Yeah, that would all be on like the actual page. I don't want to do that just straight from here. So it'd be on this page that you do something like that. We do want to show the list of notifications, like here somewhere. Because just think about it this way. It's not just about the event and being able to reply to it. I think there's value in graphs, right? In reportable data. So how often are we getting mentioned? Can we correlate it to, an ad campaign we ran? Things like that. So I think it's less valuable to like truly like delete and clear everything. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. No, no, not in this page. No. Right? If a user has 10 keywords, it's just too much of a load on the server. I don't think it's worth it. I'd rather have analytics over on like the events page. But I think I want it linkable more, right? Instead of just clicking events, you could click the whole thing. I think that makes sense. Let me get more music. So yeah, let's do that part first. We'll make the whole thing clickable. I've heard of it, yeah. Let's see if this works without breaking everything. Okay. Mm. Yeah, so that's the part where that breaks. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's overcomplicating it. That's beyond MVP. Like, realistically, I could just do it with caching. It's just not a problem we need to solve right now. Yeah, the problem here is then that... Okay, hold on. What if I did this? No. There is going to be more data we put in, right? I just don't worry about it. I think you're stressing more than I am. Just chill. Exactly. All right, so if I do Z0 and then Z10, will that help? No. Yeah. That's fine. I just think some of the stuff is beyond scope, and I don't want to have to keep saying it's beyond scope. So just take it easy. All right, so we'll put the link back, and we'll just duplicate it. I do appreciate it, right? I would simply say, like, give it time before a comment. Okay, yeah, so title's clickable, events there is clickable. I do want to change how events look. One reason I don't want to do the badge next to it is you can't see it right now, but if we create a notification, such as boo, and we just call it email, boo at example.com, right? We have a not verified badge there for that. For keywords, we can't click it because it's unverified. So this is where I probably do want to maybe just hack the verified status real quick. So let me do that. Let's just reset the layout. Let's just stop and restart pgadmin completely. Something weird was going on there. Ooh, and yeah, there we go. I don't think I remembered that you can do that. Boom. No, no, I'm just not much of a touch typer. There's certain things I can type, others meh. I definitely don't think typing speed matters that much. That's where, like, it's one of the few things. Well, I don't know. There's plenty I disagree with, but it's one of the things I disagree with Theo and the Primogen about. Oh, I see what you're saying. An alternative to doing a badge. I don't think we need to condense it down that much. It's okay. Just give me time. Full stacking. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. All right, so it was verified 10 seconds after 1970. Long time ago. All right, so now. Wait, really? Oh, it's timestamp. Well, we'll just do this. Oh, I need to commit it. That's what I got to do. Save data changes. I always forget that step. All right, so then we attach foo. We click save. So then that's what I'm getting at, right? We're going to have badges for all of the notification types that you have set up. That's why I don't want to jam too much into the row. Yeah, there's going to be stuff that shows there. Exactly. So yeah, I was thinking about like how do I list out the notifications maybe over in this space, but I don't think we need to do that. What I do want to do maybe then is for this events section, we probably do want to track new versus total. Not badges. All right, so we'll do something like that. Yeah, it was because of GCP. Maybe, dude. It's been fixed, right? GCP broke Cloudflare, which broke the internet. Cloudflare is fixed now. No, someone shipped something on a Friday. Oh, today there was another? Oh, I didn't know that one. Oh, really? Oh. Oh. Why is it showing me all game shit? Yeah. I mean, this one's kind of big. It's not like the millions of things. Yeah, so that's not good. Oh, is Reddit having issues? Interesting. Yeah, this may not be the Google stuff though, right? Because like YouTube would have similar issues, you know? Like with the size of YouTube, these numbers are actually like statistically insignificant. I wish we could see further back. John Uptime, inventor of the number nine. There you go. Okay, so yeah, they definitely have like numbers that we won't have. Really? So let's see what it ends up looking like. I like I really like V0 for like inspiration. We're not going to necessarily copy and paste everything out of it, but I'm not a designer, so I need help. The other day, we ran the same queries against bolt.new, uh, V0, and Google's new one. And yeah, V0 I liked more. Oh, it lost the entire previous. Yeah, it lost the previous thing. Okay. No, that thing was like a totally different kind of notification. It lost our original context, which I find extremely annoying. Ugh. Right? Like I can type some words without looking. I can type a lot of like get commands without looking. I like the idea of sentiment analysis. Yeah. So I guess here's the thing. Before we get too deep, Bumblebee? What is Bumblebee? And yeah, Jayhuck, how you doing over on YouTube? Welcome. I wish this was more maintained. don't necessarily want to have to go out to Hugging Face for it. Yeah, I mean, I think we can get away with just Afen, right? Like this library is doing. Let's look at some of the code. Right, so it's just a map of words to values. Like pretty straightforward. So realistically, if we look at other Afen implementations, I bet we could find other dictionaries. Determining the language would be trickier, though. Like, we could just look for non ASCII characters. One shot categorization? What's up, Fishy? What I'm curious is, or curious of, is there an emoji dictionary? So yeah, realistically, we could do just Afen, and Afen is probably faster than any AI-based sentiment analysis, right? But again, sentiment analysis is beyond scope. I was just curious. I wanted to look into it real quick. Yeah, maxing out your atoms. Yeah, that's a good point. This would be better as like a microservice. Totally external. Unless you're talking about the Firehose itself. Firehose is theirs. So yeah, if we wanted to look at the source code, let's double check it. So it looks to me like it's not using atoms. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy that it's just this simple, right? Like I looked at the whole, oh, it hasn't been touched in 2 years, and I was worried. But dude, it's so simple. Like, oh my god, dude. That is so simple. No, 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 no. Array of Hope. This is using the AFIN like sentiment analysis. Right? So it's just a list of words rated for their valence. And then you get a value out of it. Yeah, right? Like it is simple enough that we could just write our own implementation. You just had dinner? Nice. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put it into my notes. And hey, Spiriforia, how you doing? Yeah, welcome. What were you up to? I'm guessing some zigging, maybe a little zagging. But yeah, let me look at what Twitch told me. Maybe it will be usable today. Oh, you gotta go? Yeah, no worries. I get it. Like that's how ending a stream typically goes. Like you're ending because you got something to do. So I appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone joining from the raid. If anyone else from Spheriforia's stream wants to let us know what they were up to, their title's a little vague. I'd love to hear it. But one thing I'll do is I'll let you know what we're up to today. So we launched a library yesterday called Oh My God, which is basically about treating a Git repo as like your data store. So we finished that. That was like a quick 3-week project. Elixir, React, and Whiskey. Not yet, but soon. And then we are pivoting back to the project we were working on called Messijo. Is that Italian? No, it's English. Yes, it's an IT crowd reference. Messijo is about, well, let me do the project command for you. The idea is as a brand, right? Even an open source maintainer, you might want to listen for keywords, right? One of those keywords, I work at the company GitKraken. We might want to listen for GitKraken. We might want to listen for GitLens as well, right? To do that, we listen to the ATProto Firehose for Blue Sky. And eventually we'll be getting keyword like listening to other platforms too, like Hacker News, Reddit, Lobsters. But the idea is like I work at a company. When someone mentions GitKraken, they don't always tag us. So instead, could you see when someone just says the word GitKraken, or someone says the word GitLens, or any number of other things, pull requests, whatever? You could listen to these and then get a list of them. And, just in the meantime, let's do something like bacon. I'm using Jetstream, actually. I'm actually using a newer version of the Jetstream from another company where they add a bunch of the metadata that we needed. Let me see if I can find where that is. It's in here somewhere. Auth schemas, utils. Well, now I gotta find it. No worries, Retro. Yeah, it's fine. Twitch loses them sometimes. Could have been from another account. You never know. Yeah, so Jetstream is just a wrapper around Blue Sky's ATProto Firehose. And it adds at least some extra data, and it takes the raw format of the protocol and turns it into JSON. So it's just something that they operate. It's on the Blue Sky, subdomain and all that. But you can just listen to a WebSocket and see every single message, every like, everything on the Blue Sky protocol, like on ATProto, which is really cool. But then there's another one that is like a wrapper around the Jetstream that populates the messages with the metadata of the content, the author, their profile image, and some things like that. So we ended up needing some of that stuff, and some companies just operating that on their own. I'm hoping they will open source it, and I think they have. We just haven't had a chance to use it as the open source one yet. But let me double check where that even is. Yeah, and I'm not worried about that. I don't need like real-time value out of it. Here we go. Client. That's where it was. So yeah, the turbo stream is what they call it from graze.social. Completely separated. Elixir is just an API. React is just a dashboard. So yeah, reduces the boilerplate. Hydration happens in bulk. It comes with a lot. Like, it comes with basically everything. So they hydrate the user, mentions, parent post, reply post, all that stuff. We just needed it for user. Yeah, it's very cool. And I do believe they open sourced it at some point. I'm trying to figure out where that was. Oh. So looks like they called it Jetstream Turbo. Yes. No, it's just all fully open. Let me see. No, not that one. Maybe it's like ATProto something. ATProto Sandbox. So I just wanted to show this real quick. This is it. This is the bare minimum you need to connect to the Blue Sky Jetstream. That's it. Boom. And then this would log every single message. I know, right? It's extremely simple. Now, there's more to it that you'll probably want to do to filter better. Yeah, you definitely should. But if I just do that, am I not logging? Oh, fiddling versus index. Okay, so I did some other stuff in there. Let me double check. Yeah, okay, so PNPM fiddle, right? Boom, every single message. Like, it goes fast. Right? It's just that easy. Every single message that goes through Blue Sky. And technically, other things that publish to the ATProto Firehose as well. It's not just Blue Sky. That's a feature of Ghosty. Ghosty allows you to use shaders. Yeah, the crazy part is this isn't like a video. This is literally like a shader in GLSL syntax. Like, that's insane, right? So this one isn't pushed up because technically we don't have permissions to do so because of the way the author has their license. Ghosty doesn't have any by default. So there's a library that someone else maintains, Ghosty Shaders, and then I forked it to add a bunch, and we spent like a whole day just going through and creating some fun shaders. If you want to see the previews, they're here in the README. They could be higher quality. And we could switch up the one we use. You know, I'm not too picky about it. Mosquito. Are you saying for the project I'm working on? It's in the title. The DVD one's really good. Ooh, we could do the DVD one. Yeah, no worries, Mosquito. We got sidetracked. Someone was curious about the background animation. Where are the flying toasters? They're not there yet. I think you should do it. Basically, if we go to Shader Toy, and I need to make a YouTube video about this. I've been planning on doing it for ages. I'm just slacking. We type in toasters. Do they have one? No. Okay, the author is named Toaster. Oh, this one's cool. Oh, we could do that one. This one would not be hard to port. We could port that into a shader pretty quickly. Or into a shader that works with Ghosty. Yeah, the main gist is you don't really get like all the other like channels and stuff. Oh, this one's kind of fun. But yeah, like, okay, so those channels are good. It only has the one image. So this one would be portable as well. Yeah, that one wouldn't. Yeah, too many buffers as well. But it's really interesting, just like how all this stuff is just done with math. You know, just a shitload of math. I don't know. Let's just go. Let's look at. I don't know the. Oh wait, hold on. Browse most popular. Boom. I think we actually have this one. Right? So I don't know. Is it a distraction? Yes. It's kind of fun though. I'm thinking we've had the jumping one for a while. So we should look at maybe getting another going. Oh, the night drive is just so good. I really like the night drive. It's fine. That's the nature of streaming. We could do Skyline. Or we could just leave it the way we got it. Synthwave Sunset. We've had that one in the past. That one's good. Oh no, if anyone has an opinion, pick one from that list. We'll get it going. I think there were some others I fiddled with, but I don't remember what they were. Glow list? I don't remember what that one looks like. I don't think that was one of mine. Glow list? Oh, city. Sure. Oh, hold on. Wrong path. Just that easy. Now, that would be interesting. I mean, Ghosty is open source. But yes, it's not part of the config now. It is Mega City 1. Yeah, good call. But all right, let's get back to some code. So yeah, were there any other questions? Okay, so the thing that people joining stream from the raid are catching us on is we are we wanted to figure out how we could possibly do some sentiment analysis. And yes, there's AI and all sorts of stuff to do that. But there's actually this thing called AFIN. And it's actually just really simple. It takes a dictionary file, and words simply have a value associated to them. So then eventually, if you iterate over the entire string that was sent, you'll get a number that represents the general sentiment. It's probably not every single word, but words that do have some kind of valence, you can actually, figure out and do, which is cool. I do think it's interesting. Like some of these words were added like separately. But yeah, you type any of these words, you'll either get a positive or negative number, and then it will just sum those up. Yep. And the logic is actually just that. So this library hasn't been touched in 2 years, but that's not actually a problem because it's just so simple. We're not necessarily going to add this right now, but I did want to at least go put it in my notes. And I just want to keep these in check. Load the dictionary to a DB table so searching would be faster, but it wouldn't, Abdu. Like, I don't think we need to do that. It's maybe an option. It's just not something we're going to dig into right now, anyway. Right. The key would be we would end up needing dictionaries for these things. And that might be something we could use LLMs for. And yeah, talented. I saw that earlier. Competitor mentions of us. Maybe. NLTK? I'm not aware of NLTK. What is NLTK? Natural Language Toolkit? I mean, we're not going to use Python. Not right now, at least. I could see using a microservice or something. sentiment analysis built in. Yeah, see? So it's not a rabbit hole we even care about then. Spacey? What is spacey? Just a Python library or something? Okay, again, I don't plan on spinning up a microservice for this yet. Yes, Badman. Yeah, I mean, so this is cool. It's just, I don't know, man. It's way outside of scope. Yeah, spinning up NX would be costly. Yep. Yeah, anything LLM based is going to take way too long. Abdu is asking, what is NX? NX is like number stuff for Elixir. Right? So think Python level NumPy type stuff for Elixir. All right. So yeah, what we're doing right now is, after that side quest, we've seen 8 events about bacon. So then if we click into one of these, we see the user's name. Good enough for me. Just remember, the bacon is all that matters. Oh, I think we need to throw some of this stuff into like a pre-formatted thing. But yeah, here's the idea. So we've definitely got some time stuff. I mean, if we look at this one, just remember the bacon is all that matters is most likely kicked to a different line, but we're not rendering that right. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. I don't know if it matters that much. We do have an issue with the word we're plucking out of it right here. And it's because we have it. Yeah, the way we're doing the string length check is wrong. Because technically, we wanted to keep it all to just one line. Yeah, something's weird about the way we're chunking that. Let me get more music going. Ah, and you know what? I think we could have a whiskey. God, it's so nice and chilly here in Washington. Like I almost need a hoodie. Oop, get the hair out of the way. I almost need a hoodie right now. All right, so yeah, there's definitely another way we could do this too. But I know what the issue is. Yeah, we're chunking it. This is one chunk, this is another, and this is the third. The emojis there are messing up the character width. So yeah, instead of flexing that stuff, we should be doing inline. Let's look at that. Oh, no extra Boolean cast. Let's just do it for this line. It is just ESLint. There we go. Right, and we do have the idea of red versus unread. Okay, so yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that on the other page. I just couldn't remember if we had implemented the red status yet. Okay, so formatted snippet. All right, so then it kicks to a second line. I'd say that's fine. It's not the end of the world. Eh, I think inline's good enough for now. Could use overflow hidden. Like we're doing that on the div that it's in, but the individual sections inside of it don't have that. Right? So these spans. For overflow hidden to work, it does need to have a width. But we're not going to know what the exact width of these things are. I think if we did a white space no wrap, that would do it. That does still make it a little extra wide. So instead of the W full, we probably want it like 80% or something. So yeah, we could do the white space no wrap. And then instead of full, still kicking that button out. Okay, so the width of that seems to be wrong. W or width auto? Yeah, some max content is not doing it either. So it's just that span for some reason. All right, and then I think we've still got an issue with this because that 80% seems wrong. Hmm. So even if we do max width 100%, most of these look good, but this one looks weird. Well, that's because it's the end. Okay. Okay, I have a thought. I think I actually just need this to have an explicit width. No. Hmm. It's really just that span. Yeah, I'd say we just ignore the no wrap. Let it kick to 2 lines. Oh, God. There we go. Call it good. It's not the end of the world. I am Bozo. Yeah, it's a good one. I really like that library. All right, so we'll at least allow that. All right, so then what we want to do here. Oh, that's interesting. We're not seeing that render? What the hell? Okay, so for some reason, we've got a bug with rendering the notification icons. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't touch a project for 3 weeks. Code goes stale somehow. I don't get it. Entropy exists in everything. So yeah, friend got you into building AI models. It's fun. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna go grab a hoodie. Love the temperature here in Washington. All right. Got me a get cracking hoodie. All right, and let's keep going. So, yeah, the events here. We're going to have the read versus unread, which means I believe our backend needs to change how it's responding with that data. We'll do that first, and then we'll figure out why those icons are disappearing. Oh. Oh, I see why the notifications are failing. Oh, that's a quick one. That's such an easy one. Let's just go do that. All right, so this is the part, right? We're fetching the notifications. We're getting notification.type there. We look at notification here. Type is trimmed string, but because of the way we're doing that fragment, it doesn't come out the way we wanted. All right, so then if we refresh, we get the icon. Yep, so that was the issue there. So then back to what we're getting here. All right, we see events come back as just that number. Yeah, and this is a big, ugly SQL query. What I think I want to do here is, yeah, we're doing a fetch of event. Read events, unread events. I think that'll work, but and we need to mess with the controller. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, share what you've been working on. $500. Sad panda. Events not found in. All right, so where is it expecting that? It's in keywords.ex 91. Ah, yep. You've heard of Blue Sky. Isn't it an alternative to X? How come the migration over there? Uh, that's up to people. They just have an open protocol, whereas X charges you way too much money to listen to their API. All right, so yeah, read events, unread events. Shit. So the way we're doing the count is still wrong, though. All right. Will it blend? Ooh. Oh, everything's broken now. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, that's so much failure. Oh, so here's something. All right, so hold on. That's yelling at us. Unbound variable event. Ah, yep. Okay, perfect. So we're actually getting those values, but here's something that I just realized. This list keywords by org ID. This is going to be um, list bear keywords by org ID. Let me get more music going. Yeah, exactly, Didev. We don't want to dig too much into that, but yes, that's a very, very big reason. So yeah, one thing that we were doing is for every single message that comes through, we were fetching all of that extra stuff, and we don't need to do that. Llama 3.1, you think, and a few others, Yellow Vision and Faster Whisper. Ooh, Faster Whisper sounds interesting. Oh, you know what? Nah, it was just list keywords. No, so we were good there. No, that's not a big deal. We're actually fine with that. So we didn't even need this. I was just wondering why we were seeing the error message for every single message that was coming through. And the reason for that was the application itself just wasn't compiling. Okay, so now we got this data coming through on the front end. Here in keywords, let's think about this. Ooh, and hold on. If we click here, yeah, status, red versus unread. So we're going to get some errors here in the TypeScript for the moment. And what I think I want to do there is, right, we want to give it some space. Instead of using headings there, I think we actually want to do headings on the numbers. And does a p tag make sense? All right, so then, yeah, this will be, sure, text gray 500, text SM. Let's look at it. I think the gray is less ideal. I think I want the whole thing to be clickable. And I think the gray will make what, like, I don't know, 700? And instead of gap 4, make it gap 8. So we can do something like that. Eventually, once we start adding other platforms, right, let's double check it, right? We click over to here. We don't have anything that's necessarily calling out what platform this is on. We can do that with icons. Because, yeah, eventually we'll do Lobsters, we'll do Hacker News, we'll do maybe Reddit. I think Reddit's going to be trickier, but Lobsters and Hacker News we can easily do. In fact, if we end up getting time, I think we could help lobsters actually like publish to ATProto, which would make it really easy to listen for their events, right? But yeah, I like this so far. I think it looks okay to me. Ooh. One thing I didn't realize is that this button is wrong, right? Like it needs to be in the upper corner. That shouldn't be shifting. So yeah, we got some CSS. But what I'm going to do first is we'll close this and we will do mix run. Nope. Oh, we're just doing an SH file. That's right. All right, so we need to rebuild the SDK. Then we can restart the server. And now, if we restart the TS server, does that just work? No. That should. We do see that it triggered a rebuild. Okay, so I'm missing something in the definition. Do I have experience programming in Clojure? No, I don't. But one of my like programming heroes mentions Clojure in like my favorite talk ever made. The Birth and Death of JavaScript. So yeah, Gary Bernhardt. This is quite possibly the best talk ever made, in my opinion. And in it, he kind of points out that JavaScript had to be bad, right? Because no language is perfect, and it was a language made in, what, 14 days or 10 days or something like that? It's got warts. But if the web had something meticulously crafted like Clojure, we wouldn't have a need for something like Wasm. So in general, all of these like compile to Wasm languages wouldn't have been necessary if the language was good enough for scripting the browser. So it's a really good talk. He has like some good comedy in it. He talks about like protection rings and a lot of like low level stuff. And yeah, it's just the best talk ever made. For sure. 100%. Yeah, and that's probably because of all the parentheses, right? That's a joke he even makes in the talk. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? Raid message. Yeah, all the neo-brutalism I'm doing probably reminds you of work a little bit, huh? But yeah, what were you doing on your stream? Yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Having a bit of a slow day, so just did some work at a chill pace while chatting. You just described my entire stream every day. But yeah, hell yeah. Um, ooh, we did do something recently that is kind of fun. So basically, you could treat a Git repo as a database. It's kind of cool. Oh, and someone even has a PR. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, yep. Okay. Oh, yeah. Awesome. The sentiment lib? Yeah, 1 second. Let me grab that for you. You're talking about the Elixir one. Yeah, make a PR. It hasn't been touched in 2 years. So there's no guarantee it'll get merged. But yeah, if you end up forking it and doing other stuff, I would happily use it. All right, cool. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we did some fun stuff. Uses a CSV file and uses Flow. And when you say Flow, what is Flow? I'm not familiar with that in the Elixir ecosystem. And yeah, Maya, like, chill day, but like, still like, what were you actually working on? If you want to say, if not, no worries. So BP lock, are you using IntelliJ or VS Code? Like which one specifically? And Dashbit. Oh yeah, they're huge. They're big. Oh, very cool. Yeah. I probably need to use Flow elsewhere. I think I'm just using raw streams. Let me double check. Doing enum.each. I think I'm doing it as tasks. Yeah. So I'm just doing a task per message. But I could easily use Flow. No, that's a good call. And I don't think I support Clojure with assorted biscuits. We don't have closure in there yet, but I'm pretty sure there is a tree sitter like language for it. No, I don't remember where we see the list. Like rainbow parens, but what I'm getting at is Elixir doesn't have it either. Oh man. Are we going to pivot and do some work on assorted biscuits? No, no. So full stacking, what I'm getting at is you see how the classes are annotated here? It's better when it's like div soup. But like we can annotate which div it is. So if we wanted to give it a specific class name like foo, right? The ending div gets documented too. Right? So we can see like if you have a bunch of ending divs and you want to insert something between them, how do you know which is which? So I did that. That's called HTML biscuits. Assorted biscuits does it for other languages. But currently, those languages are just C, C Sharp, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, and YAML. Yeah, it's something we made, man, all the way back in 2020 and then updated in 2021. But we could look at fixing some stuff. This one's at, oh, yeah, hold on. Let's look at some of the other, let's look at HTML biscuits. How many installs? Okay, only 12K. Only 12K. But yeah, just another thing we made on stream at one point. Over the course of 7 years of streaming, you end up working on a lot of shit when you stream as often as I do. But yeah, tree sitter grammars list. Here we go. So what I'm wondering is, do they have Elixir? No. Do they have closure? No. Let's look at this list, because they may not all be in that one repo. There is a closure one. So we could look at adding that functionality. There's an Elixir one too. So the only thing stopping us from getting these going in VS Code is if they compile to WASM. Quick maths. We're going to see if it works. Let's go try it out. Nope. No, not the narwhal coding assignment. I don't remember what that was. Hold on, I want to double check this. Was this the one that we did like live? during an interview? No. What the hell was the assignment? Oh, did I use Nest.js for the backend for this? Oh, I did. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't remember that. Yeah, it was like an IT ticketing application for the Narwhal coding assignment. Dude, this was a fun one. Yeah, I had to do a React client and an Angular client. I'm not sure they were absolutely necessary, but I did anyway, because whatever. Yeah, man, I knocked it out of the park with that coding assignment. Those jerks. But okay, so looks like I don't have assorted biscuits downloaded. We'll go to the repository and clone it down. So, what did you struggle with Tree Sitter about? I'm curious about that. All right. So yeah, this is the first time touching this in 5 years. 4, I guess. But you know, how hard could it be? How to use it for syntax highlighting. Um. Okay, and is that because you're a NeoVim user? Because in VS Code you end up using uh, TextMate grammars, which is basically just regular expressions. From the server to render in HTML. Yeah, even then you might have been better off doing TextMate grammar. Oh damn, Ophi, gnarly. And yeah, sorry, how you doing? Appreciate the hello. Yeah, let me just double check. Let me look at these scripts. Damn, we're using Webpack on this thing. And it's a yarn file. Ooh. That's not ideal. Ooh, I don't even have yarn installed. Yikes. Their distributor got hacked the other day. Didn't hear too much about it. Interesting. Was it like a full-on hack? Or did they just get taken down when Google had like the outage? Right? Like the Google Cloudflare thing. The best kind of yarn. Do I have to install yarn? Yarn 4? Oh god, there's no way this is gonna work. All right, so yarn did the install thing. Cool. We see parsers. And yeah, we see more in this list than we were hoping for. Ugh. All right, so yeah, this is a deeper excursion than I was hoping. Let me get more music on, though. Right, we just want to be able to add another parser. All right, web tree sitter. So let me go look at web tree sitter. Hmm. And yeah, real quick, BP lock. Are you using VS Code? Like, what is your editor? If you're using VS Code or NeoVim, I could try and get you something that annotates your ending brackets better. But, you know, I just want to double check it. If you're using Emacs or JetBrains, I can't help you. Yeah, I'm not seeing what the command was that we would run to recompile Code Biscuits. I tend to use PNPM. In this project, I'm using a different one. Wow. Okay, so the tree sitter Elixir package. It's got Python, a make file, Go and Go mod, A Swift thing? Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, Rust stuff. Like, why does it need all this? Yeah, CMake. It's got a make file and CMake lists. I know, right? Like, dude, that's insanity. All right, so we get that WASM file. And BP lock. Come on, man. I asked you a question. Like, what do you use? What is your text editor? What is your IDE? Come on, BP lock. You're still out there, right? Let me pour another whiskey. And hold on, I had one more comment. Full stacking, right? Another thing, I know maybe you're not the biggest fan of JavaScript, but you might have wanted to use Shiki for your syntax highlighting as well, because that works on the server as well. So maybe not a problem you have anymore, but I would say TextMate grammars or Shiki would probably get you like the syntax highlighting like you expected. And Shiki is server side compatible. But yes, I get it. Tree Sitter. I think Tree Sitter's overkill for syntax highlighting. Personally, I think TextMate grammar makes a lot more sense. Okay, so I think I need the Tree Sitter CLI. Interesting. So where is Biscuit's base? Like, where's that even coming from? Ooh, so that might still be over on my other Mac Mini. My old Mac Mini might have that in some folder. I'll have to go look for that. And yeah, Tristan, how you doing? Yeah, +1 for Shiki. Shiki's awesome. Yeah, how you doing, Tristan? What you up to? Let me double check this. Oh, it is a nice city. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's nice and warm. And yeah, how you doing, Kenny? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Working on your own thing? Yeah, feel free to share what it is. If not, no worries. But yeah, I think this stream makes some great co-working. So yeah, thanks for chilling. Kenny, you're almost done at work. Okay. And I forget, where do you work? If you're willing to share. If not, no stress. At a hospital, that's right, that's right. So yeah, you just got some downtime hanging out as you finish up. Hell yeah. And yeah, I probably don't want to spend too much more time on this. I at least wanted to try and get the elixir. Just because I could use it, right? If I am the author of Biscuit's Base, but I don't like I know it's published, I just don't know where it lives. Like I don't know anything it does. So I don't remember what it does at all. Like yeah, it's not in my GitHub repos. Like anywhere. So yeah, it's got to live over on my old Mac Mini. I bet we could find it. Just means I got to like hook it up and all that stuff. But yeah, if BP Lock would just speak up and let me know which editor he uses. If he uses NeoVim, well then I should probably go just fix it for NeoVim. In fact, I think it would actually just kind of work out of the box with NeoVim. He mentioned VS Code and IntelliJ. Yeah. Yeah, I can't help with the IntelliJ thing, but VS Code, I could help. So yeah, let me just double check. As far as like the languages we list out, we got the extension there. We got create activate. We've got the regular activate function. Let me just grab some Elixir code and see if this just works. That'd be a whole lot cooler if it did. Hmm. So it didn't just magically work. Yeah, it's a good album. Exactly, Kenny. View has not been initialized. Hmm. Oh, interesting. Is it because it's conflicting? Yeah, see, so that worked. Very strange. Yeah, so this might be a problem for another day. I do really want to go back in and update, like, a lot of the biscuit stuff. Yeah, here we got the web view content. Biscuits by freshness. I forgot how much fun it was to make this back in the day. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, we're definitely at a point where I'm curious about how any of this ever worked anyway. Like what the hell? All right, so create activate though. Where is that actually being called? We got service wrapper, we got create activate. Hey, what's up, FD? Okay, so yeah, config viewer is the main thing here. You were sleeping, but for some reason you couldn't. Interesting. I find when that happens, it's usually a temperature problem. Like, is it really hot where you're at? What is this? A dialogue for ants? $21 degrees Celsius? Oh, damn, dude. Yeah, so it's like, it's chilly like it is where I'm at right now. That's weird. In India? No offense. Sorry for the docs. Dude, that sounds insane. But you've mentioned you're like in the northern area, right? So it stays a little cooler. Because India's a giant fucking country. You're basically Mongolian, right? Oh, you're in the south. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I thought you said you were north. My bad. Okay, all this shit's just so broken. I think we have to update VS Code. Oh, really? Am I that bad at geography? Typical American, eh? Nah, you're totally right. Yeah, no, good catch. It's not even close. Yeah, for some reason I thought China was like more just like this area. I completely forgot about like this. Yeah, no, good catch. Good call. I should say basically Tibetan. But yeah, okay. My bad. Samsonite. I was way off. Not gonna lie, I don't look at that part of the globe very often. It wasn't in Rome Total War. It wasn't in Mountain Blade warbands. When I play Civilization, it's always a random map. Speaking of, has the new Civilization gotten better? Does anyone know? That's kind of important. If you're not aware, just because a new Civilization game comes out doesn't mean you should buy it immediately. Like, they fix a bunch of bugs, a lot of problems get solved. Oh, that makes sense, FD. I get it. I mean, it does seem like it's pretty close to the equator, though, doesn't it? Like, dude. Like, you're right at the equator. Like, come on. Right, if we consider the US, like, dude, we're miserable in these states. Like, anywhere below the Mason-Dixon line is miserable 6 months of the year. Unless you have air conditioning. And that's like the entirety of India is below the Mason-Dixon line. I struggle to see how it's not miserably hot. Okay. Yeah, and, you know, it could be all sorts of stuff. I get it, right? Weather here doesn't mean weather there. Looking at this, I don't think I ever would have thought Kazakhstan was that big. I definitely didn't know that. But anyway, yeah, I think we don't want to spend too much time working on the biscuit stuff. I just thought it was something we could knock out pretty quickly. Turns out, no. It's weird. It's like if you don't touch a code base in 5 years, it totally rots. Who'da thunk it? Pretty much anyone who's ever maintained legacy software. Let's just give it the old college try real quick. We just rebooted all of VS Code. It is. It's 5 years since. I mean, NeoVim biscuits came later, but since assorted biscuits, yeah, assorted biscuits we haven't touched in 5 years. Yeah, I mean, in general, it's just weird that like code rots because the code doesn't change, but the dependencies do. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's just something to it. Like, even if you lock all your dependencies, somehow things break that never broke before. Like, it's just, dude. Entropy in like the real world exists. Entropy for code is like exponentially faster. It's insane. Even if you pull a fucking Spiridon and write everything from scratch. Even if you do that. I would say probably even worse if you do that. Let's pop open all these editors after we did our reboot. Hold on. No, that's a tweet. Entropy is fast. The entropy of a side project How do we feel about it? Solid tweet? Maybe just without the exponentially. It's true. It is exponentially faster, but Twitter doesn't like big words. If Elon can't read the word, you're going to get fucking screwed by the algorithm. I think it's a solid tweet. Solid tweet. I stand by it. Real quick, though, before we get back to just one quick retest to see, like, just maybe we can make the code base thing work, right? We have to disable assorted biscuits for all editors, and then maybe we can launch up. Sorry for the burp. Then maybe we can launch up the dev extension host and try and get that to work. We'll try it just once real quick and we'll see. But I gotta pee. Give me 1 minute. FD. Hold on. So I installed my 5070 yesterday. There was quite a bit of swearing during the process. It turns out that the 5070 is a good 1.5 to 2 inches longer than the 1080 that was in there, which means that I had to move my all-in-one liquid cooling, right? The NZXT that I had to like move that from the front of the thing so that the 5070 would fit. But it turns out, and I remember this now, that I can't put the liquid cooler on top of the case and mount it properly, because then it runs up against the edge of the motherboard and where the RAM sits. So instead, the entire front of my case is missing, and it's just like open air without like the filters and all that shit. And my liquid cooler is on top of my case, and the tubes just go through that front. It's this horrible, horrible Frankenstein. Honestly, dude, like, I do need a new case. I was thinking about just getting a new cooler, because I don't think this like NZXT like all-in-one cooler is actually as performant as some of like the fans that exist. Right? Like, you really look at some of the heat sinks and fans that are out there, and holy shit balls, dude. Like, no, they outperform a lot of like all-in-one liquid coolers anyway. The nice part is that they, you know, the liquid cooler is this thing that is like separate from the other shit, so it doesn't like clog the space as much. But yeah, I'm looking at maybe just some like air cooler instead. I'm at the point where, yes, I'm going to have to upgrade my gaming machine. I'm going to have to get a new motherboard, CPU, case, RAM. I think I could bring the, you know, the M2 drives over. New power supply, all that shit. I know, right? Like, dude, it's crazy, FD. Some of the... and there's even like a thing that measures that stuff, right? Like CPU cooling list. I think it's a Tom's Hardware. It could be another thing. Now I'm really like balking. No, it's not Tom's Hardware. It could be, but I could be wrong. I think it's the Mega Chart. Yeah. No, this is it. Right? So when you start looking at some of these, yes, liquid, this Noctua ends up being like really close. Yeah, Gamers Nexus. Yep, they're the ones. Yeah, this is totally the one. Right? Like, dude, just some like air-cooled Noctuas sit right up there and are better than a bunch of other liquid coolers. Just like there's the one liquid cooler that kills all the others, right? But dude, Noctua fucking just nails it. So yeah, I'll get some like Noctua. You're saying you got like the deep cool maybe? Like this one? I'm a big fan of Noctua. But that NZXT that I got, like, dude, it's insane to think how long that 1080 in my gaming PC has lasted. Oh, you're using in your machine a deep cool all-in-one. Yeah, I like the all-in-ones, you know? They're not bad. And yeah, like at the tip top, right, the liquids are technically better. But man, once you get to the Noctuas, it's really not that bad for just like less effort and less space and less like cables and bullshit, which totally harm like the airflow anyway, right? But yeah, I forgot that my 1080 was one of the EVGA like liquid cooled ones too. Hold on, let me show you. Let me show everyone. Right? The 1080 that lasted me fucking 8 years was this guy. Right? It's got like the liquid cooler attached and all that shit. Dude, this is the 1080 hybrid that lasted me fucking like 7 years, 8 years, or whatever. Like, dude, this thing was a beast. Just the best, man. I'm actually really sad I had to retire it. But, yeah, modern games require like the RTX like ray tracing shit. And I did verify, like, I went and played some Path of Exile 2 after like switching things out, and I was able to get a solid 60 frames a second because I'm still on like PCIe 3, which means whatever graphics card I get is going to be neutered just a little bit. So yeah, my 5070 isn't even doing like the best it can, but I was able to crank all of the settings way up on PoE2 and still get like a solid like 50 to 60 frames a second. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, you can do stuff now. And even then, like a 3050 is neutered compared to like crazy cards. But yeah, just 950 to 3050 is crazy. But yeah, man. Dude, that 1080 put in work. Like, oh my God, man. So good. Yeah, I was considering the 5070 versus a 5070 Ti, and it just wasn't worth like the performance benefit versus like the cost increase. It was maybe like I want to say like a 20% like performance boost, but it was like a 40% cost increase. Same as a 4070. Yeah, I just assumed the 5070 probably shipped with like some more modern other BS that it would like set me up farther into the future. And like a 4070 to get one of those is like expensive as shit at the moment too, because it's not like the current run, so the supply is lower. I didn't actually look at a 4070, and I should have, but yeah, I'm stoked on my 5070. It's in there now. I was able to play PoE2 with maxed out every single setting at a reasonable frame rate. Whereas my 1080, I had to have shit cranked way down, and I was still like, during some shit, only getting like 20 frames per second. And this is with it being neutered by PCIe 3, which is what my motherboard has. Eventually, I will upgrade, and I'll get a new motherboard, new CPU, new RAM, all that shit. And the 5070 will just migrate into that machine, and it'll be good to go for a while. I just didn't want to pull the trigger and do like an extra $2,000, you know? It'll probably be less than $2,000, but I'm just like, if I have it in my head that it's $2,000, if I get out cheaper, then I'm good. But yeah, like a new CPU, new motherboard, new case, new power supply, new RAM, probably even like, new M2 drives. At least one, right, for the OS drive. I could then port the others and treat them as just fucking storage drives. Yeah, if I consider it $2,000 and I make out cheaper, then I'm good. But the 5070 will be able to travel with me from the current machine to whenever I decide to build that machine. That is the thing I really like about GPUs. Just because you have like an older PCIe and it limits the amount of bandwidth between the card and the motherboard, you can still install a PCIe 5 graphics card. Like, that's pretty cool. You're not going to get the full power out of it, but it's still better. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped on it. It won't be a bottleneck if I'm running games at higher resolution. Wait, really? Because I am running PoE2 at like the 2560 by 1440 instead of the 1080, like, 1080p or whatever. And yeah, it's performing well. So interesting. Like it's still got to be a bottleneck because it's just about bandwidth, right? It's about how much data can be transferred from the card to the motherboard to the CPU or whatever. Higher bandwidth equals better. Lower resolution bottlenecks more? Why would that be? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because it's just about bits. It's just about bits and bytes over the wire. I'm so curious about that, FD. Do you have any like theories about why? My question is, are you technically dealing with like throttling? Like, so technically, is it calculating it at whatever your like OS resolution is, right? Based on your monitor? And then like the graphics card is then responsible for like downsampling it? More like a CPU bottleneck. Really? That sounds crazy to me. That doesn't sound right. It sounds to me like the system is misconfigured. If you had your entire like desktop resolution at the 1080p, then you should be good. It's when there's a difference between your desktop resolution. Oh, is that it? Oh, Nathan. Oh. Interesting. Okay. No, yeah, you guys know more about this than I do. I would not have thought of that. Cuz that just doesn't make sense. Like the CPU shouldn't be doing that. There's got to be something you can do to tell it to never do that. And then you get amazing performance. But yeah, I don't know. I have a brand new 4K monitor behind me too. I'm actually like I'm going to do that. Yeah, yeah. To me, it seemed like just a bitwise problem. But as far as like the CPU doing some like toggle between doing the work and not doing the work, that makes sense. Now, I'm not going to unbox it till I have room and space to like replace the monitor that I'm using right now. I'm slacking on that one. But yeah, anyway, no, that makes sense, Nathan. Makes sense, FD. I just, I'm a skeptical individual in general. So, I'm pressing X to doubt pretty much every day of my life. All right, so yeah. The one thing that we were thinking about trying. Let's look at this. Let's just try the old college try of running the extension. Dude, something's broken there. No, we stopped that. I done fucked up. Hold on. Let's go to extensions, disable assorted biscuits. Interesting, FD. I wonder if that's some of the issues I have with the capture card that I got. No workspace open. Interesting, FD. All right. All right. So, yeah, we're seeing that, nah, this just isn't working. All right. I was hoping we could just, like, real quick add something to assorted biscuits, but no. It's a problem for another day. Especially because BP Lock didn't chime in with what editor they use. So it's whatever. I'm guessing VS Code, but yeah. All right, let's close down the assorted biscuit stuff, the tree sitter stuff. I do want to jump back into it. The flow thing is interesting, but we don't need the AFIN. We don't need, and we were trying to like do some layout stuff that I don't think matters that much. I do want to shuffle these because I think the API is less of what we need. So here we go. We got the app running. Let's head back to it. We see unread and read. Interesting. Okay. I am curious how the 5070 is going to do when I play Dead Island 2, because I think I had to crank that one down a little bit. So yeah, I'm playing with those guys on Wednesday. We'll figure that one out. Oh, and maybe Tuesday, because James is not available Wednesday. What day of the week is the 22nd? Is that Sunday? An EVGA 3080? Ooh, there you go. There you go. And what's up, Aaron? Hold on, Aaron C. Hall. Yeah, no worries, Aaron. You're not the Aaron I was thinking of, I think, right? Like thrashing code? Unless you've like totally changed your vibe. No, I think you're a totally different Aaron. I just want to make sure. If so, marvelous hair. You're a Python NextOS kind of guy. Yeah, that's fine. No, I get that. No, I know like another Aaron I've met in a bunch of ways. Used to live in NYC for a while. Okay, cool. I don't think we've met in person, right? Because I have gone to NYC for some stuff, but it's probably been a while. But yeah, how you been, Aaron? What you up to? And yeah, Nathan, like, dude, EVGA, man, I miss EVGA. I didn't realize that they were still active during the 30 series. I thought they finished up around like the 20 series. EVGA made the best fucking cards, dude. They had the best customer support, like just everything. Yeah, my EVGA hybrid 1080 was just so fucking good, dude. I will say real quick though. Hold on. Video card benchmark. Right. Oh, no, no. Okay, so the 5070 is still below the 40. Oh, wait. I don't see 4080. Oh, there we go. 4080. Yeah, the price for a 4080 wasn't worth it for me. Your 3080 is probably not very far behind, though. Dude, yeah, like a 3080 compared to like a 5070, like not even worth worrying about. Yeah. So Nathan, yeah, you're totally right. The reason I upgraded is I found two games. If it was just one game, I would have been like, fuck it, I don't need to play that game. But two games that I couldn't play because of my graphics card. So that was the Indiana Jones game and Doom the Dark Ages. Two games I do want to play that I couldn't possibly play with my 1080. With my 5070 going through PCIe 3 instead of 5, still good enough. Yeah, your friend had to get a new GPU for Indiana Jones as well. Yeah. Yeah, because they both make heavy use of like the ray tracing. So it is what it is. But yeah, so you've used a little bit of React. Was the Indiana Jones game worth it? Indiana James is a different thing. It's free on Game Pass, so I pay for Game Pass. Is Game Pass worth it? I would say yes, because there are games that you don't necessarily want to pay full price for that you can just try. You can just play it. If you don't like it, fuck it. You're paying for Game Pass. To me, Game Pass is like one of the best values in gaming. Expedition 33, free on Game Pass. Right? Indiana Jones, free on Game Pass. The amount of like free games I've played that I didn't even know I would like, that it was free, so I figured I'd try it. Why not? And oh my God, that game was amazing. Dude, Game Pass is such a value. It's like 20, maybe $30 a month. I forget the exact number. Over the course of a year, $20, even $30, $360. That's what? That's 4 games at full retail these days. 6 games at like full retail a couple years ago. The value is huge, in my opinion. Outer Worlds, free. Outer Worlds 2 will probably be free. There's just so many games that are free on Game Pass. Avowed, free on Game Pass. So they have at least enough games I really enjoy. There's not even a question, right? Persona 5, Persona 4, Persona 3, like the new versions, like the upgraded versions. Dude, super good. I've gotten so many hours of value out of my Game Pass subscription that it's totally worth it. To me. To you? I don't know. That's your own thing. But as games are going to like $80, that's 4.5 games a year you can actually play. For the cost it would be on Game Pass instead. I play more games than that. I'm just one of those people that's not satisfied with one game, right? Sure, I play League. Sure, I play shit, what are some other ones, right? Path of Exile, right? Those are games where you pay once and you're set for a while. I get it. No, and I get that. That makes sense, Larobi. There are some games I refuse to buy unless they go on sale. Yeah, no, it's totally up to you. If you only get 3 games per year, then yeah, dude, Game Pass isn't worth it. But could you try more than that? Put in more than the 2 hours that Steam cares about and still hate the game and move on? Because I think that's a big problem with some of these modern games. You spend an hour going through like the tutorial before you even figure out if you like the game or not. And then you got another hour just giving it a try. And then boom, you're over the 2-hour limit and now you're not getting a refund. And Aaron C. Hall. Link to the Past. Yeah, I think that's my favorite Zelda game. Ocarina of Time is fine, you know? I think that's the one that was on the Game Boy, right? No, Link to the Past is the best Zelda game. All these people in like their modern like 3D Zelda games, like, nah, man, Link to the Past is it. Yeah, SNES, Link to the Past. Yes, I spent way too much time on that game. Beat it multiple times. There's still something so pure about it. Like, you can go back and play it again. That's one of those games that, like, speedrunners can be really good at, which is why, like, you need to create the randomized version of it. Have you seen that for speedrunners? There's, like, a randomized version of the game. That one's crazy. That one's really crazy. Yeah, speedrunners break games nonstop. But yeah, Link to the Past is one of those ones that it's just so pure. Played it till the battery died. Like in the cartridge, there's like a CMOS battery or something, right? Like not the Game Boy battery, but the CMOS battery. The double A's? Really? That just doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I don't know. Whatever. It must have done it at like just the exact wrong time. Yeah, I don't think that's something that would happen all the time, but you just caught like that one perfect timing when it was like in the middle of a save or something. Yeah, because no, like, dude, every single human being that's ever played a Game Boy played it till the batteries died. Oh, fuck yeah, full stacking. I will happily use that library, dude. Thank you. Shit, that was something I was thinking I was going to have to do. You're not just doing that for me, right? You just thought it was like a fun problem to solve or something? Okay, good. Right? You're going to use it on your own shit too, right? So, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, you wanted that library to exist? Yeah, no worries, dude. That is the power of streaming, right? And hanging out in a stream. If you have similar concerns, you can learn a lot really quickly. While someone else is like fanning out the problem solving aspect. So yeah, dude. That's super cool. I'm glad you're stoked, full stacking. And I'm stoked to use your library. What up, always, Mr. Sir? All right, so let's keep going with what we're building. Sure, we got these numbers in there. How do we feel about these numbers? I feel like they're okay. I can mark some stuff as red. Oh, God. Well, that's not correct. Okay, so we got bugs on bugs on bugs. What the fuck? Check out the finals, free. You're having a good time. Very cool to play with friends. Different approach from tactical shooters. I've seen some friends play it, like Atoda. If you remember Atoda from the Alt F4 stream back in the day, you know they had a falling out. I wish he would just do his own stream, dude. Atoda should just do his own stream. It'd be so fucking cool. Glasses and Atoda did have a fallout. Absolutely, yeah. FD, no, that's not an oops. fucking sleep, man. Go to sleep, dude. Dude, FD, get some fucking sleep, man. Toda's not here at the moment. But at some point, I do want to reach out to him. Like, dude, Atoda, start streaming again, man. He's here in our hearts. Dude, I like glasses. He's a nice dude. I fucking love Atoda. Right? Like, Atoda is cooler than glasses. Right, y'all remember when Atoda used to do like just the hanging out, drinking whiskey, like in his suit and shit, like talking about gaming? Why is he not doing that right now? Story time with Atoda, like, dude, that was the best. Why the fuck is he not doing that right now? I haven't chatted with him in a while. But man, I don't know. If he needs a cash injection or something, I want to see more Atoda streams. And if he just clips that shit right and uploads it to YouTube, come on, man. Dude, it's fucking Atoda. I like glasses. Atoda's better. It's not negative towards anyone. It's just simply, I like one more. Yeah, it does suck that they had a following. I've chatted with some other people that I'm pretty sure have told Glasses, like, dude, you fucked up. Because I think he did too. But again, we don't want to drag anybody. Personal shit is personal shit. Right? We don't know the details. It's tough to pick sides. I just enjoy hanging out with the totem. There are ways I can be overly critical of both of them, but it's not necessary right now. That's a superpower I have. I can be an asshole to anybody. All right? No matter how close of a friend. It's like a super villain power. Doesn't mean I mean it as a jerk. It just comes out that way. So yeah, let's continue down thinking about this, right? Like the unread red. There's something we can do there. We got to deal with why this bug exists. Because, dude, that's not even close. Dude, it's not even the right number. 248? It's not 248. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, it's not 248. Where the fuck is 256 coming from? Fucking entropy, man. Exactly, Cryptor. You saw my tweet. Why didn't you like it? That's fine, man. No stress. I thought it was a banger fucking tweet. Like, dude, the algorithms just hate me. The algorithms just fucking hate me, dude. That's all there is to it. It's the beanie. They're jealous. All right, so real quick, 2 to the power of 8. No, I don't think that's it. I have no idea what that bug is, but we'll figure it out. Larobi, yeah, no, you're not wrong. What are our competitors? Get Butler. Sure, man. Right. What's another one? Get Tower. Maggot? Oh wait, what is maggot? It's an Emacs thing. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if it's really a thing that we compete with. Like, sure. But like listening to people tagging competitors, like, no, that's huge. I work at GetKraken. Did I build this project on part of like the idea that we have a Twitter like feed that only listens to us being tagged? Could we have a Blue Sky feed that our social media person could listen to? And yeah, like that is the entire like inspiration for the project. None of this shit's been done on company time, company hardware, or any of that. So I own it, right? Inspiration. Now you can't own inspiration. So yeah, there's no way GetKraken owns this project in any way whatsoever. But would I like to let GetKraken be a free user at like the enterprise tier or whatever? Absolutely. Ooh, comparative analytics. How would that even work? Ooh, I need more water. How do you use maggot? I have no idea. I have never used it in my life. Like, no clue. But let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. BRB. I'm back. It's like an Emacs only thing. Okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, so Aaron, do you use like Emacs? Interesting. Hey, what's up? Focused morning. So I just did the project I'm working on, and how you doing there, Space Case, Mister Sir? Ran and finished a 7-mile obstacle course race today. It was your first ever race. It was fun. It's called the Savage Race. Yeah, there's a thing called Ragnar that I know a couple people from another company I used to work at that they run it. Run Ragnar. It's probably this. It's not something I would ever do, but the fact that people do it, like, yeah, more power to you. I would never do this. No. If I'm running for my life. That's it. I do not run as a hobby. Like, hell no. Oh, you did part of Hood to Coast? Yeah, I always hated the Hood to Coast people. If I needed to like get down the mountain that day or anything, if I was just like sitting at like the brew pub, no, it's fine. I can just watch out my window and we're good. But dude, if I had to actually like use that fucking road that day, fuck those people. Oh my god, they're the worst. Hood to Coast is a Mount Hood to the coast run. It's like it's a leg, like like you're not running the entire thing. You're like switching off with other people, type shit. I don't know anything about it. It's a relay. Yeah, there you go. That's the word. Yeah, it's a relay race. Dude. As someone that was just up at Mount Hood to snowboard for the day, fuck Hood to Coast. Oh, you mean the thing that makes the parking lot unparkable? Yeah, here's the worst part. It's like running downhill, too. And it backs up traffic because they use the fucking, like, they use the highways. Like, dude, Hood to Coast sucks. Fuck Hood to Coast. I hate it so much. There's not a single local that actually likes Hood to Coast. No, downhill is the worst. Downhill is how you get shin splints. Downhill running is how you get shin splints. Like, yeah, 100%. Do you not know that? No, uphill is not a shin splint problem. Downhill is because you're hitting this like impact, right? Like with every step, you're adding impact to the next step. And you're like overbuilding one part of like your shin bone, right? So downhill running overbuilds the front side of your shins. And shin splints is actually due to like overbuilding one side of your shin bone, right? The front or back. You can get shin splints by overbuilding your calves versus your front, like whatever the thing on the front is. Like totally. But dude, yeah, shin splints more often than not are caused by downhill running, not uphill running. In general, you shouldn't be running hills anyway. So yeah, Space Case, Hood to Coast is like a mixture of both. Yeah, dirt has way more shock absorption than asphalt. Yeah, totally. Duh. That's just common sense. But downhill running, especially like steep downhill running, is dude like instant shin splint like category. And yeah, no, full stacking, right? Like, it's just, dude, if I'm up there at Mount Hood to snowboard for the day and Hood to Coast is happening, fuck. It's the fucking worst. Like, it just sucks so much. I just want to get where I want to go. Like, I don't want to deal with all these fucking assholes. And dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, Hood to Coast brings out all the assholes. None anymore, but I used to spend my entire summer at Mount Hood. During my 20s, I was at Mount Hood all summer. During my 20s, I snowboarded 150 days a year. Or more, right? I'm sure there was a year I got 200 plus. 150 was easy. So I don't do it much anymore, but back in the day, dude, fuck hood to coast. Yeah, full stacking. I used to live in government camp. I used to work at Timberline. I've worked basically every single job that Timberline had. Not all of them. I never did lifty at Timberline. I never did lifty at any resort because lifty is the worst job at the ski resort. You know that, right? Like, dude, lifty is the absolute worst job you can pick. The shooting star from Timberline to Gov? You're talking about, hold on. There was another name for that trail. Like, you're talking, did I ever snowboard from, yeah, Alpine. Yes, the Alpine Trail. I've done the Alpine Trail from Timberline down to government camp. Absolutely. Never heard it called shooting star, though. I will point out, just like, no, that trail sucks. Like, dude, that's not snowboarding. That's just fucking pumping some bullshit. You'd hitchhike to Timberline and do that 3 times a day? I get it. That's not snowboarding, though. That's barely snowboarding. Right? You're not learning how to link turns or anything. You're just following a track. You're basically cross-country snowboarding at that point. But yes, I only went down to Oregon from like the end of April until the beginning of September. And yeah, the Alpine Trail there fucking sucked because it's sticky and there's like patches of shit missing. Like, so if you were doing the Alpine Trail during like actual winter, no, that's smart. No, that's probably fine. But after April, nah, dude, that shit sucks. I've done it. I wouldn't recommend it. You're better off just hitchhiking down. Come on. I've met major super pros. Major fucking super pro snowboarders. Just hitchhiking. You know, you walk up to the bottom of fucking Timberline Road, throw your thumb out. And yes, I've ridden up with Matt Beardmore back in the day. He picked me up. Fucking Mac Dog and like JP Walker and that crew passed me by, those fucking assholes. But Matt Beardmore caught me 5 minutes later. Super cool, dude. Late in the day, I've caught a ride down with like Max Hinault and like some other major super pros. Yeah, man, like hitchhiking at Mount Hood, it's awesome. It's actually awesome. Mount Hood during the summer is a fucking vibe. The best snowboard pros in the world go to Mount Hood during the summer. Some of them go to like New Zealand or some bullshit. Dude, fuck New Zealand. I've never been there, so I don't know, but like, dude, nah, it's not the same. You lived in Sandy as a kid. You grew up there. Okay, okay. The Sandy like food box place and all like the thrift store like clothing. Dude, I think I still have some pants from the Sandy thrift store. I think I still have a pair of pants from the Sandy thrift store. Hey, Ryder, you grew up in Portland? Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, I spent my entire 20s during the summer at Mount Hood. And going into Portland was like, hey, we're going to the big city. Like, dude, it was so fun. It was the best. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I got friends that I haven't chatted with in a long time that, man, yeah, going into Portland, that shit was good. I actually got sponsored like free rock stars, right? Free Rockstar energy drinks for like a year or two because I went with a skier chick, Anjali something or other. We both had like the fucking goggle tan down in like downtown Portland. We went to the fucking bins, right? Like the Goodwill bins. And then we went just to like some grocery store or whatever, and we saw the Rockstar like van, and I was just like, "Hey, do you sponsor snowboarders?" And he gave me a fucking couple cases of Rockstar right there, no problem. And then I got free Rockstars for like a year or two. Dude, yeah, I have very fond memories of Portland. Yeah, exactly. A rider. For sure, man. Absolutely. Dude, Portland's a vibe. You give 2 cans of food and get a free night at Skee Bowl. Wait, Skee Bowl is like $120 nowadays? No fucking way. Really? Because Skee Bowl isn't even that good due to like global warming and shit. There's like 5 days a year that Skee Bowl's actually fun. Besides their rope tow. So, A Rider, when's your first capture the flag? Didn't expect to get first locally and have a big stupid trophy over it. Well done, dude. Hell yeah. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, well done, man. The lines at Meadows are 2 hours long. Dude, don't go snowboard at Mount Hood on a weekend. Nah, 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 nah. Weekdays, that's the only way. It's the only way. And even then, on a powder day, it still sucks. Wait, on weekdays too? Really? Just too many people? I get it. Damn, that sucks, man. Dude, that's fucking literally insane. Stevens Pass doesn't have that exact problem. They do run out of parking, but Stevens Pass only has so much parking, so like it discourages some people. And most of Seattle goes to like Snoqualmie instead. What the fuck? Hey, Ryder, Mr. Sir, dude. Come on, man. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Oh my God. Like, it's not even my birthday yet. Right? We got like a little less than 2 weeks till my birthday. It's not even my birthday yet. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, A Rider. Yeah, like, dude, I don't know. I set the goal to 10. I had it like way higher at one point. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure if the goals matter. But who got gifted? Nas the Goat, IT Fox, Tatsa, Ramon, Kenny, Pafra, Vicente, Floof is Crystal, Ken, and Chubby Puppy Bear. Hell yeah, man. Dude, thank you so much for the gifted subs. You didn't have to do that. And I don't ever want someone to feel like they have to. In this category, subs are a meh. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but like, I don't think any streamer wants subs to be a gate towards any kind of content. Whereas, like, yes, you go look at like Madden streamers, like, oh, you want to get my fucking playbooks and like my fucking like, you know, some bullshit? Yeah, you got to sub to me. Meh. Like, dude, yeah, Madden and some game like categories fucking suck. Exactly, right? Here in the category, no one's chasing subs. We're just really appreciative. Like, so cool, man. Thank you. Cheers to that. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, in my opinion, this is one of the best categories. You know? We're all just chilling, we're all hanging out. Hopefully, you're building something while I'm building something. You're probably working faster than I do. And I'm okay with that. It's fine. Right? This is co working, but you see my screen. I should probably add like a co working tag or something. Eh, that sounds like work. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. It's fine. But yeah, man. Dude, appreciate you. We should look at the bug we got. Why not? My favorite part's the chatting. So we should cheat. We should absolutely keep chatting. Not cheap chatting. Keep chatting. And yeah, we'll figure out what the fuck this bug is. Because 256 ain't right. Like, that's not even close to the number. Like, come on, man. But no, we see the bug actually make it over here. Space Case. It used to be programming before it was science and technology. It used to be a subcategory of programming underneath creative. A writer, none of the stuff I do on stream is for like for anyone else other than me. I am the client for all this shit. There is a rare every once in a while that I can do something for work, but I don't do client work. Nah. No one could pay me enough to do client work. Right? To have to be like project manager and all that other shit on top of like building the software, like dealing with clients, dude, no one can pay me enough to deal with clients. No, not possible. I'd have to charge so much that I wouldn't have clients. I'd have to charge like 300 an hour. At which point I wouldn't have clients, so then problem solved. Nah, man, I work on side projects. I work on things that I think could be profitable. Does it mean they are now? No, definitely not. Oh, did I misspell front end? Front end. I almost want to leave it as a misspelling just to see if people are paying attention. Gotcha. So we know that Devils actually read the statement. Hat tip to that. A writer, like, no, I have a Trello board of ideas. I don't necessarily need people to throw ideas at me. I got too many ideas. I got a Trello board of too many fucking ideas. Now, like, I need to focus on the ones that matter at this point. So yeah, like Devil's Eye is pointing out, the project I'm building right now is actually like a proof of concept for Walter, another project that I think has legs, but I need to prove it out. I need to make sure the API I'm building is actually the one and all that. So that's a little tougher. And we haven't done that yet, but we will. We will. We absolutely will. We'll get Walter launched. I'll start dog fooding it into Messijo, and then that'll help me understand if what I'm building is actually like the right abstraction. So yeah, Devil's Eye. The entire reason I'm working on this is to prove out the idea of Walter. We just haven't started integrating it yet, but we will. Exactly. Yes. I couldn't possibly sell Walter to people until I've actually tried to like use it. What am I drinking? Whiskey. 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 Right? Hold on. Yeah, that's fucking Matt Berry from Snuffbox. Whiskey. So yeah, no, it's the whiskey we're drinking is Four Roses single barrel. It's so fucking good and it's so cheap at Costco. Dude, I can buy this Four Roses single barrel at Costco and it's like half the price of buying it at any other place. It rivals the cost of just regular old Four Roses. Dude, Costco whiskey. Costco whiskey is such a deal. If you catch it at the right time. Costco whiskey, man. It's kind of magic. Ah, you're in a controlled state. I'm in Washington State, and yes, they couldn't for a long time, but they opened it up to grocery stores. Yes, touche. In certain states, it's a no. Even in, like, if you're in Oregon still, yeah, no, Costco can't do it. You got to go through the fucking state-controlled, like, bullshit liquor stores. They got one right there in government camp. I used to go to that government camp store so much. Like, the people that work there knew me. Like, it's you. Yeah. Oh, how are the donuts today? Right? You got anything, like, for sale from the hot counter? All that shit. And they were all the people that used to work at the fucking, what was it? The Chevron? At, like, the upper end of government camp. Same company owns that Chevron and, like, the government camp, like, general store. Not like the general store that's, like, separate. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. But, yeah, dude. I miss those days. Are 76 stations around? Not in government camp. 76 exists? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Sure. We could add another. You haven't seen a 76 in like 20 years over on the East Coast? Dude, 76 is still like going and kicking. It's crazy how much like the gas stations are regional. It's actually kind of crazy. But you're not wrong. Yeah, like adding a space, get space Kraken versus get Kraken. All right, sure. A thing I want to do post MVP is implement like multi-word search. So could you create on like the higher billing tier let me like look for the word get and then the word Kraken, or get and then the word merge. That'll be something that separates like the base tier from a higher tier. No, the amount of searches you can do, like the amount of like keywords you're allowed to do, is one billing tier, and the other might be like compound keywords. If I see the word get and the word merge in a commit, regardless of how they're separated, yeah, let's fucking do it. Any idea how to associate AI? I don't think we need it. We can say AI is involved in sentiment analysis, but I'd be lying. We're just going to use fucking, what is it, AFIN? We're just going to use the AFIN algorithm for like sentiment. But it feels like AI, so it's basically AI. No, and I get that devil's eye, like getting AI into this. I'm not actually seeking investors for this project. You see a search box? I mean, we don't do a search box, but a writer, no, if you want to look for multiple words, that's a totally different fucking algorithm, right? That's a totally different thing. If you're on the free tier for $5 a month, nah, man, could you pay $20 a month and you're good? I think so. This is for brands. This is something that like marketing departments need. They're not going to balk at the $5 versus $20 mark for some of that shit. So a writer, like, you might just not be part of the target market. That's fine. I get it. I think you'll be fine on the $5 a month tier. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm just pointing out, like, for greater functionality, a higher billing tier is important. How we do that billing? Well, I'm not 100% sold on the idea of that yet. Right, a big corporation would probably pay like $2,000 a month. I don't know about that, man. But we could figure it out. We could figure it out. Here's the thing, there's enough brands out there in the world that if I got 10% of them at like a $20 to $40 a month tier, I am set. Dude, I'm fucking killing it. I'm fucking killing it, dude. So yeah, this project, I would not seek any kind of VC funding for. Nah, man, this is a purely bootstrapped application, and no VC funding is necessary. For the thing I am proving the concept of, right? Walter, dude, I need VC funding for Walter. 100%. So I could make money personally off this, and then make Walter happen separately. And at that point, I don't need a job. I just work on this shit every day. Dude, that'd be amazing. That'd be my fucking life goal in general. Could I start streaming at fucking 10 a.m. again? Oh, yeah, man. Let's do that. People who've been here for 5+ years know that I used to start at 10 a.m. Y'all remember that, right? I can't do the 10 a.m. streams when I got a fucking job. But if these things can pay for me to just stream, oh my God, I could start at 10 a.m. again. That's the dream. We can just do that. That'd be way better. Some people remember those days. Oh, those unemployed days. That was the golden time. I'm not yearning to be unemployed because I need money to live. But oh my God. If I could bootstrap this and then VC fund the thing that powers this, we're really onto something. For sure. Like 100%. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. It's like this guy's broken the seal or something. Be right back. So yeah, anyway, people that don't remember, I used to stress about starting my stream before I became partner at 10 a.m. every day. Because I knew that that was the moment where I could start a stream and people could get transcoding with me as an affiliate, and people who couldn't possibly do like full 1080 streams could at least do the transcoding thing. That was a big thing during COVID. I made sure I started by a certain time every day to make sure I got transcoding. Because if I waited or if I did it too early, I didn't get transcoding. And as a thing for my viewers, not having transcoding is a problem. I know I got people from other countries that can't watch a 1080 stream, but could they do a 480 stream? Absolutely. And I zoom in on my shit enough that they can still watch. When people ask about things that I think about for streaming, these are not the things I tell them because that's not something they need to care about yet. But at some point, dude, if you got a worldwide audience, how do you cater to that worldwide audience? And possibly like shit internet. It happens, man. It happens. Since hitting partner, I don't have to worry about that, but I'd love to actually just be able to start streaming again at 10 a.m. instead of dealing with meetings and other bullshit. I like the job I have, but I think we all recognize that the ideal goal of working is to not work anymore. If you put in enough work, you don't have to work anymore. That's the human condition. If you put in enough work and you do the right thing and you do it well, you don't have to work anymore. That's every fucking human being's dream. Right? Isn't it? Do you guys not have that same dream? Am I yelling at the clouds at this point? Is that not your dream? To work hard enough to not have to work anymore? That seems like the goal, the absolute goal. Not that you don't want to work at all anymore, that you don't have to work anymore. There's a distinction, right? If you make enough money and you just choose to want to keep working, then go for it, right? Just do it. But to have to work? Oh my God, dude. Fuck that, man. Yes, exactly. Like, you still want to do stuff. You still want to make things. You still want to work, but you don't want to have to work. I feel like that's every single human being's goal. Very few people actually achieve it. I'd like to. Doesn't mean I will. I don't know, man. But I get to keep streaming. Having to work till 75, that's such like an optimistic view. No offense. 75% of people don't make it to 75. What you're actually wishing for is to not work till you're dead. To not have to work till you're dead. And that's like a very different viewpoint. You're expecting to make it to 75? Good luck. Oh man, good luck. The microplastics in my bloodstream are saying otherwise right now. I'm lucky if I get another 10 years, but I'd like to not have to work for those 10 years. I'm 40 right now. I'll be 41 in 2 weeks. I'd like to not have to work till I'm fucking 50. To keep working, that's a thing. But to have to work, dude, come on, man. Can we please have Star Trek future happen, man? Right? Matter replicators and fucking like, you got everything you need to like exist. Oh, Haxer, thank you for saying that. I hope that doesn't dox you in a way that you didn't want to be doxed, but we totally saw your name on stream. Because I merged it earlier. Like, thank you for that fix. That was awesome. An elegant code base, though? I doff my cap at that statement. I think there's more that we could do. There's better we can do, but the fact that we have the abstraction between adapters and the engine, I think is like really good. Okay, so you're Googleable. All right. I just want to make sure because if you want, I could delete the VOD. Like, I've had to delete VODs for less. Because I've been a fucking asshole. Yeah, dude. I've totally deleted VODs where I'm a total fucking asshole. I'm not going to Google you on stream, but we did see the name of the person that made that PR earlier. No, I get it. I think it goes bigger than that on YouTube. Just slightly. Rarely, but it happens. The YouTube stuff lives forever. Oh, no. Haxer. Like, dude. Getting arrested just means you give, like, you did some shit to make ends meet. Maybe. I don't need to know the reasons. I don't give a shit. I should have been arrested a few times by now. Nah, man. No judgment. You're good. I should have been arrested way more times than that. Probably. Yeah, no, Haxer, thank you for that PR. That was really good, man. Because those examples were way off base. Like, dude, that capitalization didn't exist. Only beers, nothing terrible. You got arrested for beers? Like DUI style? Or you like threw a beer at someone? Either way, probably justified. And you don't have to say otherwise. That's your life. You live it. Do not clarify if you don't want. But yeah, dude, you mentioned that you're checking out the library. Just, yeah, let me know. I would say if you don't build an application, if you want to build like an abstraction, those are the things I care most about. If you want to build out the GitLab or the Bitbucket or Azure DevOps adapter, I would welcome that massively. Man, I got the hiccups now. Shit. There you go. Larobi, I was just about to do that same command. So that's the project we're working on. We're also into a really fun Saturday stream. So we're just ranting and raving and yelling and chatting and drinking whiskey. If that doesn't sound like the vibe you're looking for, I get it. I have days where that's not the vibe, but today, that is the vibe. We're drinking whiskey, we're chilling, we're hanging out, and we're slowly working on some stuff, and we got a major bug right here. Like, that is the biggest bug we're gonna deal with eventually. And, we'll get there. We'll at least dig into it. It might be a thing we solve the next day. All right, there you go, .Nord. For sure, man. Cheers to that. Yeah, no worries, Haxer. Dude, I am so curious about your experience with it, and any feedback you have, as harsh as it needs to be, just let me know. Because it's not wrong. Whatever you do, I need to make it better. So, yes, please, just let me know. Any feedback you got, just let me know. Like that one PR was amazing already. Thank you. Dude, it hasn't even been live for a whole day, or maybe it has been now, but dude, you already made it better. Thank you. Yeah, like that's a goal. I want the code to be legible. I want what I build to be a thing, right? Some people will yell at me for like the verboseness of what I do, but my number one goal is readability. Yes, absolutely. Because even if nobody else ever touches the library and the code, I need to be able to understand it a year or two down the line. So yeah, dude, Haxer, you're the best, man. Thank you. Space case. Oh, a space case. Thank you for sharing that. I don't want to dox anything. Dude, is that you? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know why, space case. You don't look like how I thought you looked. I don't know, man. Yeah, no, that's so different. I had a different mental model of you. But yeah, like, dude, thank you for the photo over on Discord. I can't share it without permission. But yeah, thank you, Space Case. That was cool, man. All right, so .nord, you're working on websites for small business and trying to learn green, like GSAP is like green sock, right? To make it look fancy. Green sock's fine. I get that, but there's also like framer motion and there's also just like, you know, pure CSS animation stuff. What are you building the main thing out with? Because if you're not aware, there's like Magic UI. Browse components, right? So some of this stuff, if you're using React in any way .nord, do check out Magic UI. Right? You get like the marquee, you get just all this other bullshit, you know? Like there's just so much. Like check out Magic UI instead of building all this stuff out from scratch. ShadCN versus Magic UI, I think they can work together, right? Use ShadCN for the core stuff you're building, and then Magic UI for other shit, right? Like, none of these things conflict. There isn't a ShadCN Meteors component, you know? And it's also, like, if you want to install it, it's a ShadCN based thing. So you can totally do it. Exactly. Rettex harm. Absolutely. Yes, you can export Magic UI for whatever you're building. And hold on. So .nord, I get it. Like, I totally understand you want to do some stuff. I totally get it. You want to do some stuff, like, on your own. That's up to you. I'm not going to say you shouldn't, but at the end of the day, like, using something already built makes a lot of your job easier. But that's up to you. So, whatever. So, yeah, .nord, I get it. There might be a svelte version of this, right? Like a svelte ShadCN or whatever. I have no idea. Ooh, and hold on. Ooh, hold on. I gotta look at this. Hold on, hold on. Let me reply to this real quick. So yeah, there's some artists in Seattle that I plan on going to see. Someone reached out, dude. They're so fucking cool. Damn it! I went out to an event and I was like, "Oh yeah, this one person's so cool." Like chatting with someone, I was like, "Oh fuck, what's their name?" And like, dude, fucking stoner brain didn't know it, and my brain was like, Dylan. Yeah, Dylan. No, fucking Alan. Alan is the dude that's so fucking cool. And I fucked up. Like, yeah, that was me fucking up. I had the whiskey in me. And I had the wine and the beer. Like, I mixed too many things and I became like the jerk that I don't want to be. Yeah, yeah. No, like, yeah. Man, I feel bad because that person was like 10 feet away. And I said, yeah, yeah, Dylan. And they're like, who's Dylan? Ah, shit. That guy. You know, like, man. And I'm sure he'd be bummed. Like, I feel bad about that. I'm shit with names. It was a very awkward moment. And I'm shit with names and I feel bad about it. And I'll think about that for like the next like 3 to 6 months. Like, oh, hey, remember that time where you were like, you were the asshole? Oh, yeah, I do. I totally do. Because the dude is super fucking cool. Right? Like, yeah, hold on, hold on. Yeah, Rets, like, you're supposed to know their name. And like, dude, I was so close. Dylan versus Alan, like, I was so goddamn close. Come on, man. I got half of the syllables right. But no, that's jerk shit. I should have remembered. Like, dude, I will not forget that moment of like, damn it, could I have been better? D minus for the effort. I mean, that's a passing grade, right? I believe that's a passing grade.
Not in college? Depends on where you are. Touche, touche. I'd say C minus, technically. And C minus is a passing grade. Yeah, damn right. It's a C minus. If you're not aware, I'm just that asshole. I will forget your name. Oh my God, I'll forget your name until I make that mistake and I'll never forget it again. So I think, yeah, no. Alan, I'll never forget his name again. But I had to forget it once to cement it, right? I'm only human. Dude, I feel bad. Alan's such a cool dude. He's very fucking cool. And I feel so bad about that. Right? He's one of like the core organizers of Seattle JS these days. Alan fucking kills it. He's so good. Seattle JS, those guys are the best. But he's never forgotten my name. So I feel super bad. He's never forgotten my name. Damn it. Yeah, no. I'm the asshole. I'm just bad with names. I'm so much better with faces, man. Nah, I could be better. I should do better. That's just, yeah, we can all be better. How can we be better? We know. We know. You know. Come on. Remember the name of people that matter. We can all be better about it. Here's the thing. I'd remember his name any other day of the week, but I just had so much of the booze in me. I had the 3 drinks yesterday. Sorry, no, the 3 drinks on Thursday from stream. And then I drank wine and beer. Nah, man, that was a mixture for not remembering anything. I barely remembered my own name. What do I stream by? Ah, shit. What do I stream by? That was a moment that totally could have happened. You know, like, shit, who am I? What? Who am I? Oh my God, right? Come on. We've all had those moments, I hope. Maybe not. Really, though, who am I? Am I actually Sam Griffin? Or am I just Chris? I don't even know, man. Depends on the moment. Chris will do, but if I'm just Chris in the moment, what is my channel? Oh, shit. Let me think about it. Here's the worst part. I could remember that person's last name more than I could remember their first name. I could refer to them by their last name and totally been fine. But that's not acceptable in society. Come on. It's only acceptable if you're a fucking Chris and people recognize you by your last name. I work at a company, Get Kraken, where there are 5 Chris's. So I'm not just Chris. I am griffing. Prime and Theo and pretty much every other streamer I've ever known refers to me as griffing, or worse, Griffin. I'll accept Griffin. It's fine. I get it. Yeah. They actually take the easy way out and they just say Griff. Oh yeah, what up, Griff? I'll take it. Theo, Prime, pretty much every other big streamer, I'm just Griff. That's not me, but I'll take it. I am griffing. To be a griffing is actually very fucking specific. There are very few griffings in the world. There are griffins, right? Griffins exist ad nauseum. Like, oh my god, there's too many. Too many fucking griffins. As far as griffings go, dude. Come on. There are very few griffings in the world. Do I care? Nah, I don't give a shit. Nah, call me Griffin. I don't fucking care. Call me Griff. Probably better. Thanks, Theo. Thanks, Prime. Theo raids this stream, I want to say on like a semi-regular basis. It's like once every 3 months, maybe. He did like a couple every couple weeks for a bit, which was awesome. I typically actually take off and I don't stream on Wednesdays. So like, yeah, Theo doesn't get a chance to raid me unless he streams another day, right? Tuesdays, sometimes Thursdays. He does the rare, like, Friday stream. In those cases, he has raided me, like, probably more so than any other single person, but those streams happen so irregularly that, whatever. How do we know each other? We're both streamers. We met at TwitchCon. We had one TwitchCon where I was a bit of an asshole. It was responding to a moment where he was not as cool either, but it doesn't mean he was a total asshole. No, I'm the asshole. In general, I'm always the asshole. Anytime I have a conflict with another streamer, I'm the asshole. It's so easy. Yeah. Hold on, Chris has a beef with another streamer. Who fucked up? Nah, Chris did. Yeah, for sure. Chris is the asshole. Exactly, Irfan. Yeah. No, anytime I have a conflict, it's probably my fault. So, I just want to point that out, more so than not. Did I have a beef with Theo originally for a time? Maybe. But I've been to enough meetups and conferences where Theo has been there, and he's actually like a legitimate dude. He's a human being, you know? He's not Theo. He's just a dude. And anytime that Theo is just a dude, he is really fun to chat with. I don't know how to phrase that in any other way, but like, there are times where Theo is just a dude hanging out. He's not the big shit. And he is really fucking cool in those moments. I like Theo in those moments. Are there other moments where, like, no, he is singled out as, like, the shit? I don't know, man. I think he lets that get to his head. A little bit. I've still been at meetups and conferences where he was the shit, but he was still cool. Like Render ATL last year. I didn't go this year, so I don't know. But last year, he was the shit. He did a really fucking good talk and all that shit. Like, he was the shit, but he was still super fucking cool. I just gotta point out, like, Theo recognizes other streamers in a way that no other person gets recognized, right? Like, Theo has an affinity to other content creators in a way that it's hard to quantify. It's hard to, like, recognize. It's hard to, like, shout out in any way. Theo and I get along because we met at conferences outside of the one where we had a problem. And I like Theo at this point because I think I understand him at least a little bit at this point. I think Theo's just a dude who has a very large understanding of himself. And, like, you know, that's fine. If you disagree with that, it's okay. Like, the key is you can disagree with his opinions, but don't call him a jerk. That's the big thing, right? Disagreeing with Theo in a respectful way, dude, that's huge. He cares about people that disrespect or disagree in a respectful way. That's huge, man. Like, nah. Like, he will put you on a pedestal about that shit. I don't think I'm on a pedestal, but, like, you know, I'm just saying. There is something to it where disagreeing with Theo respectfully, you're at a different level than people that are just haters. He has so many haters that he just has to disregard those people, right? And yes, did I hate at one point? Abso-fucking-lutely. We've had enough conversations. We've had enough chats, etc. that, no, Theo's a dude. He's just at, like, a different tier of visible. That he deals with problems I'll never fucking have. Like, you know, like, I can't imagine how many fucking haters Theo has. Like, dude, my haters, it's like, there's like 10 of them. And they create like 20 accounts. Theo, that shit's like 10x. That shit's insane, man. So yeah, like, it's a different thing. I love chatting with Theo outside of, like, the visual aspect of it. You know? Prime, same thing. Dude, Prime is one of my favorite people to talk with. Not his character, but the dude behind, like, the Primogen. The actual dude that I don't want to name because he wants to remain anonymous. That dude, I really like chatting with that dude. The character, less so. Less so. Prime as a person, dude, that guy's the best. He is actually really fun to talk to. He's fucking hilarious. And yeah, it's awesome when you can chat with Prime as just the dude behind Prime, not Prime, the character you see on stream. In general, he's actually that dude, but there are times where he's not. In general, Prime is just Prime. But there are times where he isn't. And yeah, finding that separation of concerns is actually tough. Like, that's actually the hardest thing you could do. Figure out where, like, the person is and the character is, and, like, the separation of those concerns. It's actually tough. I like both, but they both have their moments. So I know we went way over what we should be doing, but yeah, you know, we're hanging out. Robotic Head, are you out there? We're at 7 p.m. Eventually, Robotic Head will show up, and I'll want to go play some gaming tonight. Maybe not. Sorry, man. Dude, the burps. Bubbling up. But yeah, so Nord, you had a question. If we're talking about life and who we are and all that, what was my way? Uni with IT major, work in tech, or was streaming first? Like, no, dude. And sorry, like, I'm just now seeing your question. I saw it. I didn't actually read it. Streaming came way after. I've been doing dev shit since 2008. I didn't do freelancing that I cared about and I thought was like career worthy until like 2012. And then from there, I got hired at a company in 2015 because I wanted to make applications via JavaScript, right? AngularJS, whatever. Who gives a shit? I wanted to do that, and that was the 2015 me. And then since then, I've been front end to my core, building Angular apps, technically React apps, and a bunch of other shit at companies I worked at. We could dig deeper, but look at my fucking like LinkedIn, because that'll give you like the specifics. I give you the overview. Specifics wise, yeah, look at my fucking LinkedIn. Like, who gives a shit? Don't rate my ability to do anything based upon my fucking resume. Look at the fact that I've been doing software dev for 7 years. 7 years and a week at this point. I build shit, I make shit happen in a way that very few people actually do. Does that mean I'm better? No, it just means I do it. Better, worse, these are bad terms. You should not gauge anything by the phrases of better or worse. Just gauge people by, do they do or do they don't? And I'd like to think I do. Regardless of how much I fucking rant and talk bullshit and hang out here on stream. In general, do I do? I think I do. When it comes to people that do and people that don't, I think I'm one of the people that do. .Nord, if you have any other criteria, I'm sorry. Like, I just don't give a shit. I've built enough projects here on stream that I do. I do things. If you disagree, we can chat about it. But I think I make shit happen in a way that is fun. I make shit, we do things, etc. And there is value to that. Does it mean this is the only stream you should watch? Hell no. Fuck no. There are better streams. There are worse streams. You should watch every stream. All streams are valuable. Can you get shit done while listening to mine? Yeah. You can do it with others too. It's harder to get shit done while listening to Prime because he is just that entertaining. I'll point that out. I can't watch Prime during my day-to-day. I like Prime. I enjoy his stream. I just can't do it while I gotta get shit done because I'll only watch his stream. Is there a way where this stream is more co-working capable? Maybe. I can't make that decision for you, though. You know, just saying. Whiskey. On a Saturday. Come on, man. Anyway, yeah, we're closing this shit. Let's figure out this fucking bug. Dude, why are we seeing 296? That's not even the number. Like, that's not even close to the number. Like, what the fuck? How is this shit getting counted wrong? So, Red Dev Revolver. Sorry, bad name. Sorry. Hey, what's up, Robotic Head? We were just shouting out like, well, is Robotic Head even gonna show up tonight? Now, I get it. Yeah, you want to go play some fucking Divinity together. I'm down. But let's chat with a few people and let's figure it out. So, Red Dev said they're a new grad trying to put their foot in the door to at least show that they're capable of being a useful engineer and fingers crossed making a living off it. Dude, build side projects. Red Dev, right? Like Red Dev Revolver. Like, dude, just build a side project. It doesn't matter the language. It doesn't, like, dude, build something that solves a problem. That's the most important thing. Build something that solves a problem. I don't give a shit what language it was in if you're applying for a junior role. Like, do something, right? Like, what does it do? What data are you, like, building in? Like, how did you process the data? How did you make it more performant? Were there any bottlenecks you had? Like, yeah, you did the thing, but did you make it better? How'd you do that? Hash map? Probably a hash map. Just saying. The number one way to optimize an application is usually a hash map. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, oh my God, just a hash map. Right? Just a fucking key value store. Just do it. So, all right. So, Red Dev said that .Nord. You're interested in other people's backgrounds because at this point, when you got education, trying to choose it and should keep trying to do your own thing or join somebody's team, big or small. Dude, just build something. Solve a problem that matches up with the algorithm shit you gotta do, you know? I think reddev.org, you guys got this. But the key is solve an actual problem and be passionate about solving that problem because you're going to have to talk about it in an interview. So solve a problem and you are like heads and tails above someone that hasn't done that shit, that thinks they just like graduated from college and like, yeah, job please. Dude, nah. Solve a problem, build a project, do a thing, and talk about it, and be passionate when you talk about it. Understand what you did beyond the basics of it, and oh my God, like, dude, you are set for a job. Does it mean you'll get the first one you apply to? No, come on. But understanding the application, oh my God, yeah, you guys are like ahead of the fucking like curve. Put in the work. The majority of college graduates don't want to put in the work. They already put in the work to get their degree. Why would they put in other work? Nah, man. Fuck those people. They suck. Put in the work. That's the thing, Red Dev. I get it, but at the end of the day, if you've built any side project, you're ahead of the people that think they deserve a job by doing a 4-year degree. Like, dude, those people suck. Nah, man. They're barely worth being an intern. If you put in the work, you are so far above the other people. I don't know how to phrase that otherwise, but keep in mind that you still do need to memorize like Google bullshit using Java. The Google interview is Java. From what I've heard and said, like I've heard other people say. So put in the work building a thing that'll get you the interview, but then also be ready for an interview that is just pure fucking Java. Pure guava, right? Like, shit. Hold on, what's the band name? Oh my God. Pure Java, pure guava. Nah, you know what I mean. Yeah, for sure. Can you? Rets, I'm not sure that you can, actually. It depends on the role. It really depends on the role. I've heard other people say otherwise. Like, no matter what they did, the interview was fucking Java. Like, you could be applying for a fucking pure front-end role, and you might still get Java. It really depends. If you think you are confident in that's what they will only do, then, I don't know, man. Go for it. Prove me wrong. I have nothing to lose here. I only know what I've been told. That's on you, man. Again, I don't know. I only know what I'm told. Earlier today, we had someone say it's all fucking Java. It's all I got. I could be wrong. I don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't affect me if I'm wrong here, right? So, yeah, learn Java, learn whatever, pick your language. I'm going on what someone else said. I don't know, man. Doesn't affect me. Maybe it's Java. Maybe it's not. Up to you. All right, so we are late in stream. We're hanging out. We're doing our thing. Hold on, .nord. All right. Well, yeah, long enough statement. Whatever. Maybe you don't need an interview and should keep trying to grow your own IT-related business. Dude. Do whatever you want, man. Do whatever the fuck you want. I can't tell you what to do. No one can tell you what to do. Either do it or don't. Yeah, I don't know, man. .nord. Nobody can make that decision for you. Like, figure it out. Do what you want to do. At some point, though, don't ask for fucking advice if you already know what you want to do. That's kind of a jerk move. Kind of a jerk move. I'm not saying like absolute jerk, because no, that's my job. But, you know, come on, man. You're better. So yeah, anyway, who do we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? I could get more music going, but dude, what's the point? Like, yeah, let's just go raid someone. Yeah, ferret time. Are the ferrets doing more software than actual pirate software? No. Come on. Pirate software doesn't write software these days. No, he's a gaming dev. Like, he just plays games. Oh my god, we're seeing Trash Puppy. Oh, we're gonna go raid Trash Puppy. Dude, we haven't seen Trash Puppy stream in 8. Oh, shit. You know what? No, they're playing Elder Scrolls. God damn it. If they were doing anything programming related, we would raid Trash Puppy. Like, God damn it. Oh, Dat Nerd. Sergeant Pepper. Ooh. Rython Dev. Ooh. Z.A. Shaw, Psychor. Wait, hold on. Maniac. Are you still going? I think Maniac fucking fell asleep on this stream. Dude, Maniac fell asleep. Poor Maniac. All right, so let's go raid Dat Nerd. Maniac, you're the best. You know that, right? Like, I would have rated you, but dude, you fell asleep on stream. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's go raid Dat Nerd. All right, I picked the right stream. No, Maniac is great. He's a super good dude. He's actually the only fucking tier 3 sub I have. He gifted 20 subs the other day. Like, Maniac's great, but I feel like he fell asleep. You know, that's on them. I get it. Hold on. Well, at least shout out Maniac. Nah, man. He does good shit. He just left his stream going. He went to sleep. Stream went. It's fine. I get it. Some people have seen my stream, right? Gaming wise, go way too long. So, whatever. But let's go say hi to Odatnerd and good night. Later, YouTube. Later, everyone. Cheers. Have a good night.